Hi. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. If the answer is not well, why are you here? Seek help. So, getting some work done on Hydra's tileset very shortly. Yes, we are back with it. I have not worked on it in the downtime, but I was able to get a little bit of work done nonetheless. Just trying to figure out what the soundtrack will be. My own personal soundtrack, of course. I guess I'll just go ahead and grab the electronic playlist. Excuse you. Alright. So that's taken care of. And we'll get right back into it, shall we? I did realize this morning, or was it yesterday? It was at some point I realized that I actually have to get some work done on not only this cliff stuff, right? Not only this cliff stuff, but I also have to get work done on some stuff related to the doodads, the cliff doodads, right? Because we obviously need ramps, but we need those caves and all that other stuff. So now, I technically already have a cave PSD file, or a cliff doodad PSD file. So I'm probably not going to be working from scratch. I'm just going to show this stuff later on. I think it's fine. But I don't know. I might end up redrafting a lot of it, like I did with this stuff too, to make the actual parts where there was a mask, to make those a little bit better. A lot of that stuff is copy pastable too, though. So. Also, I think what I'll end up doing is I'll keep it at the height level that it is in terms of visuals. So we won't see a... there we go. We're not going to see like a distinction visually speaking from what we see now. Like it'll be the same tile visually. And that will just change whenever I get the modified tile from DF, because I don't think I'm actually going to be capable of making a placeholder that doesn't look complete shit. And well, I guess I'll confirm with DF that he's actually interested in doing that. I'm hoping that I'll have... there will be some motivation for him based on the fact that I've pretty much got all the work done at this point. So with any luck, we'll be in business. And I'm definitely excited to get a little bit more work done to the layout of TO1. I might end up making the map crap event that's coming up here. I might end up using that as an opportunity to start working on the tutorial idea that I talked briefly about on the fraud night last night. We shall see. Because I do feel like there's clearly people who are interested in playing the game, right? But they are not very high skill. And I'm one of them, really, but there's people who are on all walks of life. And I think it's fine if I try to help him out a little bit. Was it this one that was... Should be good enough. Man, we got a lot to do. I just remembered I've done 2 more for a total of 4. There's, what was it, 12 or 14? 12, yeah. All right, it's not that bad. We're actually a third of the way there for this particular one. This will also, hopefully, fingers crossed, be the last time I update the stuff related, whoa, holy shit, to the high dirt tiles, because I think I've already updated the Badlands ones once or twice. And, you know. What's up, DZW? How you doing? So once we're done with this, I don't think there's going to be another massive, you know, change. I would have to really see a serious upgrade. But even then, visually, like I can update the visual at breaking tiles and maps once I get like a good layout taken care of. And the other benefit is it's more or less going to force my hand as far as slapping the... Oh yeah, we're gonna need some more shading there. But it's gonna force my hand as far as making a brush palette for this sort of thing, which has probably been, I don't know about requested, but wished for a while now. Yeah, why not? Give it a shot, right? I'm a little over... Well, I'm approaching the halfway point as far as these south-facing cliffs are concerned. Once I've masked out all of them, I think... Oh, wait. Yeah, we didn't end up going all the way down here to mask out the thin cliffs. I think that's all that's left. And those seem mostly like... I'm not really sure how those are going to work out. I can copy and paste the leftmost tiles for most of these. And the rightmost tiles maybe need a little bit more special treatment, but... We're getting there. The whole point is so that I can swap out the top tile. Obviously, there needs to be more post work done on something like if there was supposed to be jungle, but that's mostly just testing the contrast. As you can see, if I set it to jungle real quick, there's a lot that still aren't set anywhere, right? Whereas like the north cliffs are done, the outer corners are done, inner corners are done, all of these blends are done, and then it's just these. So the thin cliffs are going to be next on the chopping block after this, and after that it's the doodads. So it's like the ramps and the caves and the installation entrances and temple entrances. And that should leave us where we need to be. So with just like the default thing, and then I can create like a layer of additional work on top of that for something like, oh, this is the depth that it needs for jungle, or a different mask it needs for jungle or something. So that's what we're looking at. It's pretty much the extent of my artistic abilities. That and making some corpse doodads every now and then. Although I haven't done that in a while either. I'm certainly not formally trained in any of this stuff. It's just a couple of things I've picked up here and there. Which is basically the story of everything that I attempt. Oops. Just try to mask back in the shading in a lot of cases. That's pretty much it. Yeah, well, I'm not that concerned about it because I think a lot of the skills that I have learned, even if I end up being so even if my role is, for example, technical artist or whatever you would call this, right? Being responsible for the technical art. Even in that capacity, if I get replaced by somebody who's better than me, I look at that as a win. I'm like, oh yeah, now I don't have to do this thing where I know I'm not, like, I'm trying to do a good job, but I know I'm not doing as good a job as could be. And now this guy who's better than me, or this gal, egalitarian, now this person who's better than me at it is doing the job. That's epic. But usually there's nobody doing this sort of thing, so it's left to me, if you know what I mean. That's just been my experience. As far as it translating to non-Starcraft stuff, that is true. But I look at it like, I plan on making my own RTS. This is pretty much the closest thing you can do to making it your own RTS while still producing content that can be played. So, like modding, modding an existing RTS, that is. So, in that sense, I'm not looking at it like, oh yeah, I've got to do XYZ, or got to worry about the time investment that it takes to get all this stuff done, because I'm going to be doing it all anyway, so. Just maybe I'm not going to be doing technical art in my own RTS, because maybe I'll get somebody to help with that, but if I don't get anybody, I'm damn straight going to be doing that technical art, so, you know how it is. Alright, I think that's good. Alright. One more down. And then after this, I get to work on the layout of a mission, which is what I'm really looking forward to. Oh, this one was easy. No complex shapes at all. Just slap it together real quick. I gotta redraw a lot of the depth, but that's about it. We're gonna get rid of some of the depth anyway, but that's just because it's interfering with the subtile quite a bit. Okay. Nice. So, now the last 4. 2/3 of the way done. Again, when there's not these like complex things sticking out in the middle, it's much easier to handle. Basically speed running. I have to re-show that little bit there in a second. We'll make it a little bit smaller, but it'll still be there in spirit. All right. Yeah, this one's going to be annoying. You got your grass, little shrub, you got your giant arc, and you got your big old shading like somebody decided to smear some monkey projectile. Just trail on the outside here. See, you talk a lot about source code when you're dealing with Starcraft modding. Oh, I wish I had the source code. It's so easy for Blizzard to do this. Why don't they do it? They have the source code. Blizzard has the source art as well. So they could just turn off some fucking layers and render what I'm doing in a fraction of the time. If only, you know? If only I had the source models. Holy moly. The final frontier. I don't know how that little bit got there. Don't ask. Well, that's pretty epic. Oh. I guess just to be safe, I should pull all these. Is that real? I just have this giant... Yeah. Trim that up a little bit, I think. I thought for sure I just screwed up the selection there. Nice. So that's pretty awesome. We got that done. All right, let's do this real quick, and then we'll be done with this one. Go ahead and select just this stuff. In theory, I could just copy and paste some of these from up above. But I don't really know how much the tile has changed to fit in with this, so... Okay. Oh yeah, and this is the other thing. So because it's like this... Oh, you know, I don't know if I ever even grabbed the... I don't think I ever actually brought those things down, now that I think about it. Boop, boop. Okay, so do this. Excuse me. So hold on, let's first try it over here, right? So we've got that. So I'm just doing this mostly so that we get accurate tiling on the bottom there. Because I'm pretty sure that I botched that. Any others with that tile? Doesn't look like it. But I think we're also missing some, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I could be wrong, I guess. I think we're missing some, though. I'll take another look at that later on. Okay, so... The other thing here we have to do is we've got to take the upper mask, and we just have to flat out Control M it. Oh, actually, we have to do something a little different, right? We have to select here, deselect that, and then select inverse. Oh, wait. Maybe that is right. Maybe I don't need to do anything else fancy. Yeah, just do it that way. As you can see, there are very minor changes in that. And that's where I'm thinking I botched something when I was first doing this yesterday. Okay. So now, turn this one back on. And again, just go ahead and grab hold of this. Oh, wait. So there we go. Now we have this one done. Yeah, I knew this one was going to be a little complicated. I didn't think it was going to be like this. Like, this is some next level shit. Okay. So let's do... okay, so we'll do this. Onto it. Aha, yeah, this one's going to be completely different, it looks like. Just go ahead and select this. Because this one's like a weird tile. This is why I didn't want to just blatantly copy and paste it that way. Because I knew something like this was going to come up where it's going to require more precision. And that is fine. Oops. I wanted to keep masking that stuff out. We'll just get rid of that entirely. That's fine. I mostly care about like borders and stuff that are parts of the cliff to make sure that it blends correctly. I don't see anything immediately wrong. Okay, so we'll take this and we'll chuck it down here. And then that'll be done. I don't think there even can be anything in this one. Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say... we just need to flat out erase this one. The fuck? Yeah. That one looks like it's good. So. Alright, let's do it that way. That seems like a good idea. Although, I didn't really take a look at... oh yeah, that's fine. Beautiful. Okay, so we've done that, those two sets, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more, 2 of which have similar edge pieces. I'm 100% sure that we're missing like these expanded ones, these 5 right here. I don't think we have those for this blend, which means I'm going to have to pull the whole thing down again. I think we're also missing them for this set. But that's okay, like I don't really mind that as much. It just means that when I look at it and think, oh, cool, I'm done. I'm not really done. Just a little disheartening at first. Actually, hold on. It might actually be better, in my opinion, to sample from that. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, this one's a little bit tougher, right? Because... Okay. Yeah, that one's... just a tad more complicated. Okay. I thought this brush or the shrub up top. This whole time I thought it was part of like the cliff blend itself. Boy, was I wrong. It's actually part of the blend I've got going on here, specifically with the north-facing cliff. It's not part of the thin south cliff, like I thought it was. Pranks, of course. Okay, so that one's done. There's really not a whole lot that I can even get here. I feel like. Like, this is pretty much it right here. All right, there might be a little bit more I can do with this one, though. Ah. There we go. All right, so only have a little bit left here. I think these two will be very similar. Actually, all four of those ones are going to be very similar. I don't know about this middle part. The left side will be. Not sure about the rest. Okay. Jamming. Got this stuff taken care of. Smarten it up a little bit over here. Nice. Bit more shading in there. Okay. Oh, I accidentally hit the delete key. I suppose that also works. Or did I? Never mind. All right. And I think that's it for the ones that we've already got in here. Of course, I need to do some quick corrections. Um, Forgot to reselect everything. Okay, I just got to do it with that other one, and we're good to go. I did it again. SMH. All right. So there's obviously still this bottommost row. Yeah, and we're still missing the... It was this row right here that I was worried about missing. I'm pretty sure we don't have this. I don't know what this is, though. What is this? I don't even think we have these. Peculiar. Well, I guess I'll export them all and take a closer look. All right, so let's take a closer look here. It looks like these are just extras. Yeah, look, they're just more of those. Interestingly enough, in between here are blends for what this is. These bottom row right here, which is kind of neat. So I didn't even know those blends actually existed. It's good that they do. So this top row is what we need to add, but we also seem to be... It seems like we need to add this bottom row as well. I don't know why it would be below some stuff for the inner corner blends, because this is like small cliff and then it's like a thin cliff where above the thin cliff is an inner corner, is what this middle row is. Whereas obviously this is just thin cliff. This looks like it's just thin cliff too. Unless I'm wrong and this is actually the top. This is thin cliff, which and below which is an inner corner. It could be that as well. I don't think I have anything like that at all in the entire tile set. So maybe they made a very limited number of blends for that sort of thing. That could be possible too. So we will sort it below because that's what it appears to be, now that I think about it. So that means we need, what is this? This is 192 because it's 6 rows. So we need 192. Now, thankfully, this is all in the bottom of the tile set, because moving this stuff is always so arduous, because I've got to move a bunch of shit. So first, we'll just get our I don't know why there was stuff made there. Just make copies of all these. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, man. Okay. And we'll take these. Shimmy them down here. Okay. Crop the rest of that data out so we're not wasting memory. Prepare this in here. Okay. So now we got to do a quick look at the cliff. So again, these are fine, and these are fine. All we're doing is moving this down by 2 rows. We didn't even start on that, so I guess that's fine. Let's get rid of all that. So thin cliff, and it means we need to add this to the black over. Okay, and what else do we got here? Yeah, I think the rest of this stuff can be positioned below. So, no real issues there. Okay. So this would be inner corner thin last 5, inner corner thin upper. Okay. So now the upper part, this last bit here, should be fairly easy to port over from some of these stuff that we've already done. I feel like the north-facing stuff should also be relatively easy to do. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and copy the upper masking to this. What all is actually here? This would be here. Okay. Right, so we got that done. That just will show the lower tile. So that's like the bare minimum stuff there. Oops. And so we should do the same thing down here. What's up, George? You can try using CNC draw. All it does is it upscales the resolution. It doesn't increase it, as in giving you more space, like more screen space. Like you increase the amount of game you can see, like the map you can see at one time. There's nothing like that. I mean, there's some resolution hacks, but I don't know how stable they are. I've never really looked into them, to be honest. And I personally have no plans on reaching into that area either. I don't see too much value in it. But if you wanted to like have a more flexible windowed mode, CNC draw would be the way to go. Otherwise, there's the default windowed mode that's packaged with Hydra, which you'll probably, if you have ever had any issues with it, you'll probably want to make sure you have the DLL files in your Starcraft directory. I don't remember if I actually included those in the GitHub. I probably should have. Or maybe it's in the troubleshooting section. Oh yeah, it links the setup guide for 1.16.1. But I should probably add a specific note for windowed mode. No problem. So yeah, we're actually, for real, almost done with this stuff. I just have to get to the point where I can actually figure out what to do about the top of all this. Like I said, these bottom pieces should be easy enough to port from the regular cliff. I just grab, for example, looks like maybe this one is the most accurate. Excuse me. Boom. $371 commits, by the way. All right, we're good there. I'll take this minimalist one and then just fill in the blanks. Oh. Actually, maybe there is one that's already a little bit closer. Let me see. I think this one is almost identical, actually. The other good thing about this is that even if I'm worried that the quality of some of these graphics doesn't live up to snuff, I could just slap in some new ones later. Like, it's not a... It's not even that big of a deal in that respect. Because now we have that functionality to clean up the tile sets. Really lowers the barrier of entry, or the, not barrier of entry, the amount of resistance. Okay, so here we have probably a similar thing to this. So I'll just grab this for now. All right. Now it's time for this one, I guess. I'm definitely feeling the resistance now, man. Let me tell you. Only so many hours in a row I can do this. But it's all right. We're getting there. Really not that much work left. Ramp is probably going to be annoying. Oh, I didn't even bother checking. Whoa. All right. So this is the last one before we are only staring down the barrel of these little tiny bits, which seem to be mostly interchangeable. For example, the second and third column there. Top left is a little bit different, but bottom right is pretty solid. Like this, it could be mostly blanket copy pasted, I think. Top left would obviously be a little bit different for both of them. I'm not really sure about the rest. That one looks like it's more work for sure. All right. So yeah, there really isn't that much more work left there. I do want to pop into the cliff doodads. Oh, okay. I do have a version where there's more going on there, I think, but... Or maybe I don't, actually. Prank. Oh, no, I must. Because I have this Cliff Doodads S Jungle thing. Unless I manually took care of it later. I may have. Yikes. What? I don't know what I just did. Well, I definitely don't know what to do about that. I guess we will be, assembling that after all. Dude, I don't know what happened over here. So I forgot about this. I actually did I wiped all of these out in the Badlands tile set a while back. But I did not do so over here. I just assumed that these are bugs, or that Blizzard was like making placeholder groups or something, but obviously there's not much of a reason to be doing that. Certainly not a reason to ship them in your tile set that way. I'll have to modify those later on. Oh, I assume actually that these might... Well, I don't know if they'll place fine or not, but... Suppose time will tell on that one. This is where multi-group select will really be nice. So I'll be able to do this all at once. So a lot of these can be copy and pasted without much worry, since the tops for all of them are very similar. Like, tops of all 4 installation tiles are identical. Tops of the temple tiles are identical. The 1 ramp, also identical. All right. Now, obviously, this is not really that much work to do, in theory. I do need to add in the north-facing ramp. No idea where that might be. But I guess it's not super important to grab right now. Where is it anyway? Oh, it's way down. I probably have this lying around anyway, but so I'll grab it now. Oh, there's a ton of empty space up here that I didn't even know about. I think I've already placed the double ramp. Oh, I guess not. It's probably in the brush palette, though. The fuck? Okay, I think I got them all. After I process these, I should double check some of the maps, make sure no errors have occurred. I think the biggest issue is probably going to be those doodads, but it shouldn't be that difficult. Alright. So now I've got all these doodad things that I can compile together later on. Just making sure everything's good here. I'm surprised that there are no issues there. I guess I should check my own map real quick. I didn't think there'd be any issues there. Okay. Well, I guess all the doodads over here were safe because I placed them in the sprite layer. All the rock doodads, I should say. So yeah, I probably only have to fix some stuff in the Protoss map because there's a few ramps that I placed that do not exist anymore. There's like at least 2 ramps that are like that, but I might have already outmoded them. I'm not really sure. Yeah, so there's one of them. Apparently that's it though. So it's kind of cool, I guess. Is it really wasting your time if you're working on something? I was hoping for an update on the extender, but I don't think it's like if you had a good time working on your stuff, it's not a waste. We just got to make sure that we're not we don't add a bunch of extra features when we're still supposed to be fixing bugs. That's my main concern at this point. Like adding engine features is one thing, but All right, that's good. Well, the extenders are definitely. I view that as very important as well. It certainly might. They're already pretty strong against them. But I mean, maybe the upgrade will end up not being that worthwhile at all. I'm not sure. But I mean, rather, it might end up being that I have to remove it in the future. Yeah, Adrenal Surge is no longer available by default, right? That has to be upgraded. I think I'll probably drop the cost of that to 100 minerals and 100 gas. And yeah, I'm not sure. I was actually thinking, instead of the parasite mechanic of applying a status effect from the queen, that feels really weird and hard to, like, it's a lot of overhead. I think instead of that, there will probably be an upgrade that makes parasited units spawn broodlings on death, like 2 broodlings. And you just parasite your own zerglings and run them in. But I don't know. Even that might be a little weird. It's weird to, like, parasite seems like such a weird ability. I think it's better than that weird mechanic anyway, so I'll get rid of that anyway. Highest supply ground unit? Yeah, Ultralisks would spawn 6 broodlings. Well, broodlings don't provide parasites, so. I think the Screamer also only requires 6, I'm not sure. What's the, there's like a term for when insects start the birth process or whatever. No, I'm thinking of like incubation, probably, yeah. That's what it was. I haven't thought of any creep-related upgrades, no. Not recently. I don't know if it needs to be. That is the problem. I think it's fine to have an upgrade that specifically improves the ability for Niduses. Well, it allows players who do not want to build basilisks another way to do it. I guess a more interesting way to go about the upgrade would be to... So there could be a new behavior, another new behavior for Parasite. I feel like it would just be overloaded at this point. We could have a default behavior of Parasite be that when a Parasite ground unit dies, a ground unit with Parasite dies, you would see it would spread creep in the nearby area. And at that point, that could obviously be a mechanism by which you could do this sort of thing. But that also feels kind of weird. So I don't know if I would want to do that, or... Like, Queens already have a way to spread creep by infesting enemy production structures. It's just that it depends on your enemy, if you can do that. So I don't know that if Parasite really needs to do that. I think that the ability by itself already... In Hydra, the fact that the ability times out, but still provides vision, and denies repairing or healing, is a good thing. And I think the Parasite upgrade for it to spawn broodlings, it's kind of overlapping with the actual spawn broodling ability, so I don't know if it gets a little muddied there, right? Because then you could throw a Parasite onto your Ultralisk and you would get 6 broodlings when it dies. Well, I guess you'd stop it from healing, right? So there's a trade-off there. You actually want a Parasite enemy Ultralisks anyways, because it stops them from healing from Saber Siphon. So... Yeah, well, the Parasite itself is what would be creating the broodlings. So you could do it on air units, you could do it on robotic units, you could do it on Archons. You can still spawn broodling, or you could Parasite a flying unit, so that would still spawn the broodling if the unit was over pathable terrain. There might be some upgrades that interact with the flag. Maybe like an upgrade that increases all like robotic air units, or sorry, robotic, like could be armor, it could be auto repair for robotic units, like a healing regeneration or something. But I'm not sure. I guess Reavers would definitely benefit from that if they were being Reaver dropped, but at the scale, like by the time you get that an upgrade like that from the support bay, I don't know if it would be that useful. Maybe there could be an upgrade that actually increases the shield capacity of robotic units, like adds 150% shields or something. Well, they have shields, so I don't really mind the idea that they don't repair, even though thematically, like, they're supposed to be the most advanced race, but the most advanced race can't fucking repair it, really. Seems a little silly. Yeah, could you imagine? Well, since you're working on the hooks for something like this for heat shield anyway, makes sense to make the most of it, right? So Reavers would go from 80 to 120. That means Scarabs would also, I think, because they get shields based on the shield of the Reaver. So that's probably pretty busto. Maybe it should be a percentage. I'm not sure. So it's like if the Reaver's at 100% shields, the Scarab is at 100% shields, and then the Scarab can have an independent amount of shields. I'm not sure though. Okay, nice. Reinforced shield emitter? Just puke up a bunch of fucking words. Get out of here, dude. I can definitely get behind that. Unfortunately, it seems like the infrastructure for AI edits is just not there yet, so we would have to port a lot of that. All right, I shall return in a moment. I gotta use the bathroom, and I think it's probably a good idea to get some more water, as you do. So I guess when I get back, I will start adding some more stuff to the document, like. Hmm. Oh, I've got to fix the formatting on abdication. But yeah, I got to add like the outpost. I got to do some other stuff. So I will be back and get that stuff taken care of very shortly. BRB. trying to come up with a good name for this structure here. What the fuck? Oh boy, man. Holy moly. Hmm. The more I think about it, the more I think that the existing production structures are probably a little bit too limited. Like, for the Terrans, I've decided to flat out add a new one for operatives, being the captaincy. And I think that's fine. Because the captaincy will train operatives, and operatives themselves are brand new units, right? Meanwhile, the Protoss are going to be enhancing or enchanting, or whatever you want to call it, their existing units. And that's how they're going to handle themselves. And the Zerg obviously have aberrants, which are based off of existing units, sort of like champions are, but they obviously mutate between each other's strains. So it's a little bit different. But I think I actually do need to have a different set of... Let's just say I think we need a little bit of a different set of like I probably need at least one more production structure for the Protoss and one more production structure for the Terrans that isn't the captaincy, so that we can deploy different units. Like right now we kind of have a weird paradigm where we're dealing with Terrans build, infantry from barracks, vehicles from factory, and obviously spacecraft from starports. And then for Protoss, you have a little bit more mix, where it's like infantry and striders for the gateway. And then they also get a little like utility units and siege from the robotics facility. And then they get obviously just straight up spacecraft, combat worthy spacecraft from the Stargate. And Zerg are kind of all over the place, but they build tech structures for each individual set of units. That's fine. There's not really a whole lot of shared overlap there. The difference is like Scourge themselves require a Spire as well as Mutas. So it's like, okay, there's some overlap there, but everything else requires its own tech structure. Defiler, Ultralisk, Zergling, Hydralisk, and of course all the morphs. So, Queens, of course. How could you forget Queens? So I think that's fine. I don't think that's really that big of a deal. But... So I'm looking for probably something to the effect of... What's up, Alexander? The problem that I have with coming up with a new Protoss production structure is I feel like everything I could conceptualize has already been taken care of in some capacity, where you have you've got zealots, so you've got melee infantry, you've got striders, and you've got specialists, all in the same production structure. And then for the robotics facility, obviously you've got siege and utility units and transports, all in the same production structure. And then Stargate is obviously just spacecraft. Whence cometh the opportunity to make units that fulfill different roles than those? Like, that's pretty all-encompassing. And so then that would make me think that I have to take units, like, say, a Strider-specific production structure, and then what? Dragoons move to that? Or do Dragoons stay where they are and Hierophants move to that? Then what do I do with the Vicarage? So you could see where it starts to become really messy, because like you don't want to move any units from any existing production structure, but you don't know what your new production structure would even be responsible for building. Like, I've got ideas for new units for the Protoss. I've got an idea for a very impactful like a specialist, like a spellcaster type unit. And I think that there's probably ways that I could work in similar, like a unit or units that would fit that theme, right? The problem is that all of those things that I can think of, they're probably going to end up being they're probably going to end up being like they'll also be sort of Templar-y. And so do they still require Templar Archives or a Grand Library? Do they require something else? Like, do they get built at the Gateway? The Gateway's already there, you know what I mean? Like, the Gateway's already there as a production structure, and it's already overloaded not overloaded, but it can train, like, depending on which morphs you end up picking, you can train 6 different units from the one structure, right? And I guess 8 if you count Archons. So upwards of 8 units can be trained just from the core Gateway stuff, right? So Gateway into Principality, you get Legionnaires, and obviously into Vicarage, you get Hierophants, and beyond that, you also have the Archons. So there's already a lot going on there. I don't want to add more complexity to that. So maybe we could do a more typical vehicle facility, or a facility that seems to primarily be centered around that. Like, I'm thinking I want to tap into the whole forbidden nature of what appears to be a large number of Protoss constructs, where they've gone a similar path. And this is not elaborated on in the lore at all. This is sort of like me filling in the blanks. But they've gone a similar path to humans, except obviously they're faster. Like, they industrialized before us. They're out there into space a little bit before us. And they've made stuff like giant weapons of war. They probably had something akin to an atomic bomb. And obviously, in some cases, they've got even more crazy weapons of war than we do, than the Terrans do even, in the year 2500, whenever StarCraft takes place. But I like the idea that they've already generated, like, really potentially, like, just stuff that has really horrifying implications on a morality basis, and they don't normally deploy these, right? Like, it requires very specific, like, whatever you would call it. Like, there's some morality implications, moral implications to using them. And that's kind of what I wanted to build all of those units around, thematically speaking. So then I guess that would unite a theme, and then that theme, or that part of the identity of all of the units, would be like, oh, well, we know what's going on here. Like, these are units that are very, very powerful, but also very horrifying. Well, the Dark Templar and Dark Archon, I think it's fine to keep them where they are, because this structure probably wouldn't show up until tier 3 anyway, or tier 4 or something. So it'd be really difficult to tech into them. And the Dark Templar and Dark Archons, like, they're not doing something that is like crazy in terms of implications. I do agree that maybe the Dark Archon is like that because of the mind control, the malediction, even the name malediction, that upgrade kind of taps into that idea. And I think that there's something about that could work, where like maybe archons and augurs require the Grand Library. Maybe that's something that we can get done there. But then the rest of it can, like, okay, Dark Templar don't require anything other than a Templar Archives, or they don't require, like, maybe the Dark Templar requires something other than the Templar Archives. They require a different something down a different tech tree, but they, like, I'm open to them also staying where they are as far as that goes. But maybe Dark Archons require a different structure to tech into, so you can get Dark Templar, and it's like, all right, I'm halfway down that tech tree. Do I want to commit to get Dark Archons, right? I don't know, because Dark Archons seem very powerful right now, but they also seem like Dark Templar themselves. Like, it would feel weird to gate Dark Archons behind something else, for the same reason why it feels weird to gate Archons behind something else. That being said, Archons, like, being gated behind the Grand Library now, when the Grand Library ends up getting implemented, will give us the opportunity to balance Archons in a different way, to make them more powerful and impactful. I'm not sure how that will go, but that's an idea that I have. But I agree with your assessment that it sounds, in theory, like this idea of the forbidden tech or whatever. I like the idea of it being where at least the Dark Archon, like, that's where that requirement comes from. What do I think about Zerg units moving underground, or a Zerg unit that moves underground? So we could go a couple of different ways with this, where there's an aberrant, where at its maximum level of swarm, it provides this behavior for all allies. Maybe it's an aberrant version of a unit that gets added that does do this movement underground thing. I don't mind the idea, actually. I think StarCraft 2 did it in a really boring way with roaches, and it was also one of those things where it's like, it's really only useful in very specific circumstances that don't normally come out. Like, that was a casualty of the rest of the game state being so bad for plays like that. So I don't actually mind the idea of Zerg units that are moving while burrowed. I think that's kind of neat. But oh, 36 to go. Nice. Well, at least those are, like, from what I saw, those are not that difficult to do. I can probably do the shield ones if you want later, but I'm still working on the document right now, so. Most of the Protoss units? Oh, I haven't even begun, dude. Like, I've added the Hierophant and the Legionnaire, so those are ground units. The Clarion is a robotics facility air unit. Then you've got the Exemplar and the Starcaller. But I've also planned to add the Augur and the Warp Relay. So I've actually added more ground units than air units for Protoss. Well, my version of moving while burrowed would allow you to move underneath cliffs as well, so it would be a little bit different than StarCraft 2's version. I think you need to push that idea. You need to make it impactful enough. It goes back to something I talked about in the previous mod stream, where I talked about, like, somebody had mentioned maybe adding a weapon to a transport or something. Like, if you're not doing it, if you're not adding this mechanic with the intent, if you're not building this mechanic or the interactions of this mechanic with the intent of applying value, adding value to the experience, if it doesn't go big, then it needs to go home. That kind of idea. Oh yeah, I guess the bulwark is an air unit. Yeah, but I did track the exemplar in the. I think I said Starfield instead of Star Sovereign. But no, not moving underground, moving through cliffs. I guess it should probably be able to unburrow above the cliff though. So like if it moves on into a cliff, it should probably be able to surface up it. So I guess technically, yeah. But so it moving while burrowed, but not moving. Yeah, so I guess it would do that in a way. I didn't really think of it that way until now. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty wacky unit. I don't know how we're going to implement that unit, honestly. The idea that you've got this fucking unit where you can just keep adding clusters to it, like adding segments to it, and the more segments you add, like the more structure, more shit that you can, build on there. So you can just gestate like a sunken colony. You can gestate, like, I really want to see this unit in action where there's like a mission later on where you've got like an AI that builds 3 of these things and gets them all kitted out with sunkens and just runs into your fucking base. And the sunkens have tendril amatosis. So they start smacking everything. Like, I want to see that happen, dude. I want to get destroyed by that. That would be fucking glorious. What's up, Volka? It's sprite like 256 by 256 larvae. Yeah, no kidding. I haven't come up with a real name for it. The speed, it would be pretty respectable. Like, it seems like it wouldn't be, but this is like a tier 4 unit or something. Thoughts, hopes about making missions between given this SC lore? Well, a lot of the maps that I end up making for Hydra that are like campaign style will probably have nothing to do with the main campaign. Like they'll just be a part of completely unrelated stories, if you will, that are probably going to just be excuses to have fun campaign or have fun scenario missions, sort of like what Dark Metzen has made. He's made a lot of like scenario maps. There's going to be stuff like that I put together at some point. As far as like missions that are part of the campaign that are in between it, I think the only plan I have for something like this is I do plan on remaking the. There's one canceled mission or cut mission from the main Terran campaign called Biting the Bullet. I think it was called Biting the Bullet. And it involves a Protoss, Zerg, and the player as Terran. So I wanted to remake that one and change the tile set to ice. One, because tile set variety, and another because I think it's important to have more Protoss maps in the campaign. Because right now, like by default, there's only 1 appearance. In Hydra, there's 2, because of course the last mission has Protoss where there previously were not any Protoss. But I want the Protoss to show up sooner than that, and I think that would be the 7th map. It's after NORAD too, so I think it would be the 6th or 7th map. Oh, to introduce or utilize the new units. I'm thinking that you'll probably have access to the entire tech tree from the first mission, including all the way up to tier 5. It's just very unlikely that you'll get to the point where you're actually using that kind of tech in the earlier maps, because the earlier maps will be smaller. Games will probably resolve around 30 minutes. And it'll take a little bit, even if you bum rush to tier 5 tech, it'll probably take you about 30 minutes. And at that point, you're probably dead because you didn't build enough units or something. You know what I mean? So I think the natural game state will push players towards finishing the early maps before tier 5 tech comes out. But it's always a potential. There's always a potential for that. Yes, we are really going to add this unit to the NGS, I promise. And the worms segments won't move separately. Like, the idea is that when you select the worm, all of its segments would probably be selected so that you could see their health or something. But the idea would be that you would see the they would all be following the main segment at the head. I don't know. Again, I have no idea how that stuff is going to work out exactly. Am I only planning a Terran campaign for Hydra? No, I mean, like your favorite map PO1 is a Protoss map. It's eventually there will be map campaigns for the first 3 campaigns, like the Terran campaign, the Zerg campaign, and the Protoss campaign. I'm not going to do Brood War because I'm not very interested in what Brood War actually has. I think by the time we get to the point where the first 3 campaigns are done, there's probably going to have been a huge amount of development, and maybe we'll be ready to move on to making our own RTS by then. That's what I hope, anyway. So, no, if the head segment dies, the worm dies. The head segment will definitely be the beefiest part, but the back segments can die. I think if you cut off, like, say the second segment and there are 4 segments behind it, maybe those segments get grounded and can't move, and maybe the worm will be able to reattach or something. But so long as the head segment lives, it should be okay. It's just that while borrowed, it won't be able to. It'll be able to move, maybe at a reduced pace, maybe at the same pace, probably at the same pace if I had to guess. But it will obviously, it's not going to be able to attack. Or the worm itself has no weapon, but well, I guess it'll have its mouth, the maw of death. That'll be its weapon. You can also plant small. There will be like some sort of incubation structure you can plant that will generate larvae a little bit slower than a hatchery would, and also a nidus. Yeah, basically the idea is like the worm will be able to. You won't mutate. I don't think you'll mutate creep colonies onto it. I think you'll mutate either a sunken spore or chasmal colony directly, and then you'll also be able to mutate a nidus exit, or a nidus canal, or a what's it called? Something like what you're talking about with a larval colony. That's my current idea. Maybe it will end up being that the creep colony will be able to. Like, what I might end up doing, actually, is just making it so that creep colonies mutate into, can mutate into larval colonies themselves. And that's just a new structure for Terrans. Maybe I decide to do that. Sorry, for Zerg. I think that could be really neat. The idea that you're just augmenting your production with that. I wouldn't want it to be too broken, though, is my only concern. I guess the idea is that it's a smaller build space way to increase larva production. But I think it would feel a little take it or leave it kind of deal. Like, it would be easy to ignore the feature if you just build a bunch of extra hatcheries. I don't know about 500 minerals and 500 gas. I think we'll say 300 gas, 450 minerals. I saw you were in the sleepy bird bed, dude. I hope you slept well. I agree. Ultralisks tried to be a nuke man, but we didn't last long enough. I think we'll see a lot more new stuff when the maps end up getting bigger, because it'll lend to longer games. So that'll happen when people just make bigger maps. I'm working on the bigger TO1, so that'll be fun. Must be some prank. Um... What's up, Vic? I think there will be some really interesting stuff that ends up getting in there for high power. But we'll see. No, so there's going to be some... I'm not really sure how the Grand Library is going to work. I don't think it will require an abominable monument. Holy moly, that's going to destroy my speech in the future. But so here's my idea right now, and obviously the numbers are all work in progress, all subject to change. My idea is that we've got all of these different races. You've got the 3 different races. The Terran Tier 3, Tier 4, and Tier 5 structure. Science Facility, Ministry, and whatever the Tier 5 ends up being. I didn't come up with the name yet. The idea is that the Terran ones are going to be very tanky, but take a long time, and they'll probably cost the most resources, if I had to guess. Or sorry, they'll cost like the least resources in terms of like you just build one structure and bam, you got it. The Protoss will cost more money, but warp in faster, but also be easier to focus down and destroy. So they'll have less tankiness, right? Less survivability. This will probably be attenuated with some upgrades that are unlocked by these things that'll have some component to this that'll be a little bit different. So I'll talk a little bit about my plans for that later on when I have them more ironed out. The Zerg ones are going to be also like the Protoss ones right now I'm thinking will probably be, if not the most expensive, they'll be in the running. The Zerg ones are going to be a little bit different because the Zerg tech is given based on town center level, right? So instead of increasing the cost of town centers so that your tier 4 version of the hive is really expensive, the tech structure that unlocks the hive, the tier 4 hive, the tier 5 hive, though the tech structure that unlocks those, that's what's going to be the most expensive. And I don't know exactly how pricey it will be, but it will probably be very pricey. And as far as time to build, it'll probably be somewhere between Terran and Protoss, where it might be the most expensive set. Because, well, it probably won't be the most expensive because you still do have to upgrade your shit afterwards. And so that's why I think the time will be a little bit cheaper. It might even be the quickest as far as time goes, whereas the Protoss are in the middle there. But the reason why it's like that is because you have a lot more security as Zerg if you just morph a lot of structures from Hive to Tier 4 and from Tier 4 to Tier 5, right? Because you no longer have to worry about that, right? So we'll see how that one goes out, I guess. Oh, wait, no, it won't require the Irolith birth. I'll probably be modifying the time cost here, but we'll say. In fact, I think Tier 5 Hive should probably be the only one that costs that much time. Because again, you got to remember. So maybe it should be like Hive is 80. Tier 4 would be 85. Tier 5 would be 90. So yeah, I think we'll do that. So wait, does the Irolith birth require a lair? If so, that's what's going to give us hive tech. I think so, right? I think that's kind of self-explanatory anyway, but... I can probably do it by the end of the night. I don't know if I'll do it before you go to bed, though. I probably won't do it in the next hour, but I'm pretty sure I'll have plenty of time to do it. Later on today. All right, I can do that. I usually just inline them all, but if you find that to be more annoying to work with, I can just leave the labels. That's going to provide all of the new shit. Like the World Eater will either be tier 4 or tier 5. The stuff I was talking about with the production structures being like the Protoss production structure that brings forth all of the forbidden stuff, like the forbidden tech. All that shit's gonna be related. Is there an action verb somewhere? Oh yeah, for sure we're not gonna have anything like that. I always knew that was coming. Oh, World Eater is just a placeholder name. I don't actually have a name for it yet. That's like Kasan Screamer. It was a placeholder name. Because it's from Kasan, wherever that is, whatever planet or system that is. And it screams. That was never the final name. So basically, it's this giant worm, right? When it hatches, it will just be the head of a worm, and the head of the worm will be able to, like, that's where all the offensive capability is by default. Yeah, I know what you mean, Iquare. It's okay. With enough time, you'll see it. But you'll be able to gestate additional segments of the worm. So by default, like, it'll be the head, and the head will be able to have a structure mutated onto it. We're thinking right now it's probably going to be a creep colony. So originally I was thinking you'll just build shit on it and see what happens. But you'll be able to build a creep colony on top of the head, like not really directly on the head, but the head will have like a little section for a structure. And then you can mutate that creep colony into a sunken colony. Now, obviously, this means that the colony itself can be targeted as well as the worm. If the head of the worm dies, the rest of the worm, or if any point, like there's a separation, like say you build 3 different extra parts to the worm, extra platforms, extra segments of the worm, and the first one right beneath the head gets focused down and destroyed. Well, in that situation, the rest of the worm, like those worm segments, would be stationary. And if you happened to have another worm on hand, another worm with a head on hand, you would be able to reattach by taking that, like, essentially backing into it like a hitch or something. So it's a very complicated unit to implement. Not only does it have buildings that it's carrying around with it, it also moves in a different way. So it will be able to just move like a normal ground unit, but when it burrows, it can move at the same speed that it normally moves, and it moves at a fairly reasonable speed, at least at the speed of an Ultralisk, an unupgraded Ultralisk. So I don't know what exactly that would be. I think that's like the speed of an unupgraded Hydralisk, so it'll be at least that speed. It can also move while burrowed, and while burrowed, it can tunnel underneath cliffs, such as like I have to kind of open up a situation where I can show you what I mean. So it would be able to burrow, say, like right here where I have this selected. You'd be able to walk underneath this and then unburrow, and it would appear over here. And then, the segments behind it would follow suit. So that's where like a lot of the logic is going to go. Is like it's going to be really tough to figure that out, because if it's long enough, then when it unburrows over here, a lot of its segments might still be down here. So we got to make sure that like, okay, the segment follows through. Okay, at this point, when the head was here, the head burrowed. So this segment also burrows, and like we're gonna have to make sure that it follows through that. So the unit is gonna be really fucking wacky. I'm looking forward to seeing it in action. But it's going to be a couple months before we get to that point, I think. I think anytime you have an action verb name, it's doing the work for the theme in a way where it's telling instead of showing. You know what I mean? So, like, if you think of the word Hierophant, well, if you know what the word Hierophant means, it's like a flag bearer. It's like a gallant warrior or something, like somebody who stands for something, a venerable man. Like, all of it, just in order to define that, I have to think of all of the different things that I know Hierophant could mean. And then I've got to decide if I'm applying those to the unit that's called the Hierophant based on what that Hierophant is actually doing. So, and how it's presented. So the name is a really important part of the unit. If I just called it Signifier, you would have no idea what it does. You would have no idea. That wouldn't inform you of anything related to its unit ID or its unit identity. I keep saying ID instead of identity because I'm so used to saying unit ID or ID after saying unit. So that unit's identity is not informed in any way if it's just called a signifier. All you know is that it's something that does something called signifying. That's all you know about the unit. Whereas if it's a Hierophant, well, then you assume it must be a venerable warrior or something of that nature, right? All of those things that I rattled off earlier for the definition of Hierophant. Now, a star caller, all you know is that it calls stars. Now, does it call upon the stars? Does it call them down? Does it call them on the phone? You don't really know exactly. You can infer based on the fact that it's a capital ship or something. But if you just hear, oh, the Protoss star caller, then you must imagine that it's supposed to be something to do with the stars and it's calling them down maybe, or I don't know. What does it do? Like, it doesn't give you any clarity with regards to the identity of the unit. Whereas a star sovereign, well, if you know what a sovereign is, if you know what it means to be sovereign, rather, then you know it's like independence, it's some sort of strength, a discipline of character, and something to do with that. Now, Star Sovereign may end up not being the final name either. Like, maybe I find out that doesn't fit with that unit identity. But at least it gives you clues as to what the unit identity is, and it doesn't just prescribe what the unit identity is. It doesn't tell you. Like, Marauder is a stupid name, because all it does is tell you that this unit does something that could be construed as marauding, right? And if you look up the definition of marauder, or what it means to do a marauding move or something like that, like, it has nothing to do with what the marauder actually is. It just fucking outright lies to you, actually. But at least, dealing with a unit like Star Sovereign, you're not running the risk. If you have an action verb name, you always run the risk of very poorly communicating whatever you initially intended to communicate with regards to this unit's identity. So that's the main reason why I don't like action verbs. The other reason is they're lazy. But this is more of a subjective thing, more of something that's like based on how people use these action verb names. I more often than not find them to be boring and lazy and stuff, like where that was the first name they could think of, so they went with it. Think of all of the, the same thing is true for like cliches. So basically they become meaningless because they're overused, right? That's what it means when something is boring to the point of it being perceived as lazy. It's like everybody and their mother has made a unit called, maybe not Marauder, but some sort of action verb name. Just like the instinct for me to, well, not for me specifically, my instinct is to avoid anything like this, but the instinct for maybe a newer writer, they want to come up with a unit that serves the purpose of the Outpost style unit that I talked about, the structure that can build command center add-ons, so comstats, nuke silos, etc. The structure that serves as a resource drop-off point and can augment the supply of nearby structures. that structure, most people would just call it an outpost and be done with it, or a frontier, or some sort of like noun that deliberately, like specifically does mean that. Frontier is a little bit better than outpost because just by the virtue of the fact that it seems to mean what it means, like if it applies to the unit, and is not something that most people would use in that context, right? Outpost would be the first thing. So you're weeding out the first response, the first instinct, like what is the first word that comes to mind? Usually the first word that comes to your mind is probably the first word that came to 1,000 other people's minds when they were coming up with similar units, or units that fulfilled anywhere close to the same kind of role in the game. And so you don't want to do the same thing as everybody else. That's another thing. So in this case, we're literally just reskinning, like retitling some concept. And maybe our concept is completely different than everybody else's, but more often than not, there's enough similarities between our concept and somebody else's. You don't want to also be muddying the waters in that sense by using the same fucking naming conventions that they use. Volca sucks at the game, confirmed. So, yeah, there you go. Hopefully, I provided some satisfying answers for you, Veek. Yeah, Hwanggang Park. It's Volca, dude. Yeah, I mean, I like what I was doing earlier with Starcaller and Kassan Screamer. I had the same thing where they were placeholder names that I came up with sort of at the top of my head. Yeah. At least with names, I can pretty much... The limit is my own creativity and my own ability and like my own research. For the Zerg units, I do a lot of research into African mythology, Asian mythology. Like I do a lot of research into mythological creatures, and I try to look for something that seems interesting and inspires me, and also happens to be somewhat related to the concept that I have. Like something that strikes fear into people's hearts. That's what I used as an inspiration for the Kiskatha lore. I couldn't tell you what it is exactly. I don't really remember. But like, I researched like God of Terror or God of Fear or God of things that are like some sort of deity that matches up with things that are fearsome or feared or, strike terror into the hearts of man. I try to find like mythological accounts of that stuff. And then I try to just take a name. Say, like, maybe there was a god named Keskal, as an example. I don't think there was. But there's a Keskal god, or Keskath or something, the Kiskatha lore. So, like, maybe I take that name and I just, like, butcher it and fuck with it and just smash it into the Zerg naming convention, but still with enough of the original identity that it means to me, like, there's a connection to that original grounding, right? While still sounding alien enough. And that's how I come up with the Zerg names. Now, I'm sure there might be a way that maybe you could make more convincing alien names for a horrifying race. And you could come up with that in a similar way. You could come up with names in a better process than what I'd use. But that's what I found success with. Like, that's where I got the Vorvaling. That's where I got the... I got some of the aberrant names that way. Like the Nathrikor. I think I got the Convamoth from, like, an African hunter god. Like a god of hunting. Partially because obviously it's based off of the Hunter Killer. So I wanted a better name than... Literally, Hunter Killer is 2 action verb names. That's embarrassing as fuck. So, I come up with names like that all the time. That's how I do it for the Zerg. For the Protoss, I try to dip into, like, mythology that is a bit more about, it's not really about deities as much as it is about, like, armies and stuff. And it's not necessarily even mythology. Sometimes it's just flat-out history. And words that sound a little bit too gallant and, one could say, over-dramatic for what a Terran arsenal would look like. And then for Terrans, I usually look for some sort of mythological creatures and try to come up with, like, Wyvern, obviously. And then there's, like, other things that are, like, a little bit more biblical in nature. Like, I really stray away from biblical symbolism in the Protoss because... I think most people in the current climate, in the current year, we'll say, current time period, have more... out of all mythologies, they probably are most familiar with biblical, followed by Norse, probably just because of the Avengers and shit, like all those Marvel movies. Although even that, it's like a very passing layman's knowledge. So that's where I would draw upon for Terrans, because that's like what's immediately understandable by most people. Like most people have some familiarity with shit like they don't know what I think Azazel is actually supposed to be pronounced Azazel, but I oftentimes I have like weird pronunciations like shaman. I try to take like names from that are a bit more ubiquitous in culture, that are a bit more easy to understand, because that Terrans are meant to be a little bit more domestic, a little bit more normal, if you will. And then the Protoss are meant to be like conjure up imagery of very powerful emotions, like, you know, honor and like, you know, pride and stuff like that. Or in the case of like the later stages, they're going to conjure up a lot of like regret and penance and sorrow, and, you know, we're going to be dealing with stuff like that. But what's the whitest thing you've ever heard in a while? African mythology? I agree, it is pretty white. What is the origin of aberrant names? Like I said, a lot of it was from just taking African mythology and smashing it into the Zerg naming convention. So like I just have a couple strategies that I've used, and the thought process is mostly that like I want to stick with the identity, the theme, the thematic of the existing races. Now, obviously, Blizzard had a really shitty starting point for me, where stuff doesn't always make a lot of sense, and it's not consistent with the themes. Yeah, well, like I said, Norse is probably like the second most, and maybe for some people it's even superseding than the biblical stuff. I just figure because we live, the English speakers that are mostly going to be interacting with my work are at least passingly familiar with stuff like angels and demons and stuff. Biblical stuff is probably a safe bet at first. Although there's a lot of really obscure shit, like you can go really deep like I have in some of that stuff too and find some really neat things. How would you name basic Terran units for a custom faction? Yeah, so like there's also like you have to keep in mind what the identity of the individual unit is. So you've got like some rules or strategies that you use for a race or for a faction, but you've got to also consider like what exactly is up with the like basic stuff. Like SCV is probably fine because it's like mechanical. Like, oh yeah, well it's not mechanical, but there's a man inside it. But it's like, oh yeah, this is like a very basic. It doesn't need like a fucking exemplar. You know, it doesn't need like a mythological or mythical. It would be a different term for this. It's like it doesn't need something that is very, again, maybe overly dramatic, something like that. So I have not looked at as much into Greek mythology, but I do know that it was sampled for Zerg. How would I prefer to add suffix ling to the new units on Zerg? I've typically avoided that. I feel like Zerglings, I mean, obviously Vorvaling exists, right? Those two units are pretty much the only ones that are going to have lings, as well as broodlings, obviously. Like, I think that's a fine set, because those are, like, weak fodder units, right? They still serve a purpose, but that's, like, you kind of figure out, oh, based on the name, it's meant to be, like, a frontliner or whatever. Lisk is a little bit weirder, because you got Ultralisk, Hydralisk, Basilisk, and Mutalisk. So it's a little strange. Like, I don't get why the Lisk was appended to ranged, melee, and air units. It doesn't make any sense. That's more Blizzard being stupid. Just like the fact that they named Gunboat Scout for Protoss. The most fucking powerful fighter in the entire game is named Scout. Blizzard is not very smart. Like they've got a like Templar and Zealot, right? Reaver, Archon. These names are meant to invoke. Well, I guess Reaver's not really that much, but Archon. Like these are like ecclesiarchal names for like the Middle Ages of the fucking of like human history, right? And then you've got Dragoon, which means horseman, which is like I don't know where the fuck they got Dragoon from, right? So like that has nothing to do with the rest of the themes. And then they have unit names that are just like here's what they are: Scout, Carrier, Shuttle, Observer. Like these are, in some cases, action verb units. Arbiter is an action verb unit, but it means to arbitrate. So that's a bit more in the sense of like Dragoon, where it's just like a deadpan. This is like sort of what it is, I guess. Like it's like a more domestic term. Like they've got three different naming conventions for their units. Some of them like Probe is just exactly what it does. Some of them like Dragoon are just like sort of antiquated terms that sort of line up with what this unit does. And then there's the more ecclesiarchal names, like obviously Zealot and Templar and Archon. Reaver is probably a little bit like, I would say, the antiquated term, and obviously also action verb. Like shit like that, I don't really see why they decided to go 3 different directions with their naming conventions. It would have been a lot better if they had stuck to it. But the same thing is true for Zerg. They've got Drone, Overlord, Lurker, Devourer, just these boring names, Defiler, like these fucking boring ass names that have nothing to do with what the rest of the race is named after, like Zergling, Hydralisk, Ultralisk, so on and so forth. And then the suffixes, obviously, like I just mentioned, are stupid. Now, I've come up with the Leth suffix with Gorgoleth and Iroleth. I'll probably milk that a little bit as well. And then there's the, if you want to call it a suffix, there's the lore, I guess, LOR for Kiscathalor that I've just started with. So. But as far as how I would name basic Terran units for a custom faction, I would probably, sort of like Dragoon and Reaver and Arbiter, I would find units that are, or I'd find names that are not action verb names, but names that are like historically accurate to what the unit is. Like Rifleman is kind of boring, but it's historically accurate. So that we can work with that. We can make it like that. Okay, something similar. What's a synonym for Rifleman? And this is what I'll do. I'll like go to thesaurus.com and I'll type in like, I'll accidentally click on a million ads, and then I'll type in fucking Rifleman. And we got Shooter, shitty name. Cannoneer, shitty name. Okay, Soldier, too boring. Marksman, okay, very, very common, but whatever. Gunner is like what it says up here, so that's also a pretty shitty name because it's action verb. Artilleryman, too long, too long-winded. Warrant Officer doesn't at all tell us what we're needing. And we got Sharpshooter. Okay, that's also an action verb. Sniper's an action verb. We don't really need either of those. Hitman. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Maybe Assassin. It's probably a little too fancy for it. We got Butcher. That's another action verb name. Anything with ending in killer is off limits. Executioner off limits because action verb. Hatchetman. Like, okay, maybe you could do something like that. I mean, again, it's ending in man. It's probably a little too on the nose. So if this ends up being a dead end, then we can look at like what we're what were soldiers called in, or we could just look up soldier as well. Like a commando, maybe that's a little too obvious. Like guerrilla could definitely be one. Obviously, you got marine here, mercenary, paratrooper, whatever. Trooper is kind of a boring name because again, it's action verb. Veteran. You could also do like conscript. Oh, I just saw that here. Recruit. Warrior is like a very basic one. So we can click on warrior, and we can now it's like getting a bit more away from shock trooper type units, but fighter, another action verb. Combatant, probably a little too boring in that sense. So like I would look at like what were soldiers called in 1800s maybe. I don't know. Like take a look at this. British soldiers in the 18th century. Let's see what we got. Redcoat soldier. Like, so you could like draw upon this as well. Like redcoat would probably be a little too weird for speaking historically, but you could start looking through some of this stuff, and you would see like maybe you start reading up a little bit on the history, and you could come up with some name based on that. Like militia could be the name. Oh yeah, a yeoman was like I think this was for like Navy or something. Oh, I guess it wasn't just for Navy. You could say like constable, probably. It's obvious this is like more of a policewoman or a policeman, but it's like a British term for police. You could look up like what is like what Australian term for soldier or something like Australian slang for soldier, British slang for soldier. Because if you find some English speaking country that isn't America and you look at their history, you could probably find some terms like that. Like I would just start looking through that shit. And I also wouldn't necessarily shy away from grabbing names from StarCraft either, like Marine, because really, how many ways are you going to call something a Marine? You know what I mean? It's probably like the Ghost where it requires an add-on or something. That's pretty epic. I definitely have some writer's block, if you will, with regards to naming the tier 4 and tier 5 hatcheries. Bacillus is probably not going to last. Well, I think it depends largely on the vehicle's role. I mean, in many ways, I've cheated in a way because I'm not building a new faction from scratch. I'm just building with, I've got like Siege Tank, Vulture, Goliath. Like, I didn't have to come up with those, right? Although I probably wouldn't have come up with Siege Tank as a fucking name. Oh, wait, I already did this. Yeah. Yeah, I think Brood is probably fine as an end game tier 5 structure, but Basilisk is almost certainly not sticking with it. All right. One of the things that I definitely want to do when it comes to the naming conventions and the identities and the thematics of everything for the very late game of Hydra is I really want to tap into the mythical element. And mythical is different than mythological. And mythological specifically deals with mythology, the religions of history. Myth, like to tap into the mythical means to like it's like the scale of things, the stakes, the sense that you get as a consumer or a player or whatever, right? You're playing this. I want you to enter into that term where like you're unironically saying the word epic. You know what I mean? Like that kind of feeling. Like you're feeling like it just exudes that feeling of being epic. And I mean epic by the definition of the word, not like the shorthand that we all use now. It's like, oh, that's epic, yeah. I mean like actually having it be like just tapping into that sense that you don't get, like you get very rarely. I was thinking about this yesterday. I think somebody might have embedded it or shared it around or something. But I'm pretty sure I'm getting like ridiculous numbers of views compared to what I normally get. So, oh, I guess not anymore. Like I checked it the other day and it was 15 or something. I never get that many. So I thought somebody embedded it at like a fucking wiki or something like that. But thankfully, I'm not somebody who cares about the ratings. I think it is pretty funny that all I know is that they care enough to come here and click a button. And hey, that's more than most people do. Most people just watch silently. And that's fine too. But if you care enough to come here, click on my video, and then click a button. I was going to say there's more productive things you could do, but maybe not. Maybe they can't do anything else. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Imagine them still coming around. It's weird that it only happens to the mod streams. It doesn't seem to happen to the fraud nights. It doesn't seem to happen to the other videos that I put out. I don't know. It's really weird. They don't want to see me continue my streak, man. They're tired of it. Anyway, I want to tap into that mythical element. The idea that you're like the whole short name for the worm being a world eater. It's like that's the kind of scale I want it to get at. I want it to feel like the Zerg are literally devouring the world that you're fighting on. And so the mechanics and the power budget and all that stuff is going to reflect that. The cost is going to reflect it too. The skill required to make sure that you get a use out of it is going to reflect it as well. But I want to tap into that. And the naming convention is the first thing. I'm going to record a dad call probably later today where I talk about this whole idea, like the thematic element, right? Because I think it's very important to tap into that element through, like, the first tool that you have is the unit name. Like, click it, like mousing over the train unit tooltip, and it says, like, it wouldn't say train world eater, but like, oh shit, this unit is like just the name itself exudes that mythical power that gets me in the, it pushes me down the line of thinking that influences my train of thought to conceive of it as this entity of unmatched power. It's the same thing with the Protoss stuff. Like, the reason why I'm reflecting sorrow and regret and stuff like that is precisely because I look at it like I want people to start to think, for what reason would the Protoss feel regret or sorrow related to their technological achievements? And the more observant or the people who catch on the quickest are going to basically look at it like, oh, it's because they're like, when these are deployed, everybody loses. Like, there's a morality question there. Like, just to think of that and to make people think about that stuff, like tapping into that mythical element. I really want to focus on that when it comes to these naming conventions. I think from the name onward, like, that's it, all flows downhill. So you're informing the first the first thing people will think about is when they click on the name or see the name. And then they'll think about it based on, like, gameplay impact and voice acting for the unit responses, and like, they'll actually play around with the unit or play against the unit. But when they see a unit and it's called something, like, that is important. What did I say for the Irilith birth? Oh, wait. So we need Irilith birth. So this would be mutating from the... Hold on. What's that? There's like a neurology. Hold on. Because this unlocks brood tech, but I need one that unlocks should say mutated from birth. Alright, it should be requires hive. Right. Upgrader behavior having something to do with the larva. I think there might be a so you know how like Iroliths are morphed from overlords? I was thinking that maybe the Iroliths themselves would be able to morph into another tier of overlord type unit, and they would inherit the benefits of an Irolith, but they would also they would also increase the gathering rate or the resource regeneration rate, I should say, of resources in an area. But they would probably also have some additional benefit, and so it might make it so that units just train or larvae morph into whatever they're morphing into faster. Like the eggs morph faster, and this could also include like Hydras morphing into lurkers faster or something. Congrats, Folka. You and Alexander smash it together. Yeah, and I don't expect any of this to be quick. I'm just finally laying out all of this stuff. Like I said, man, we're like I don't even have more. I have maybe a third of the stuff planned that's on the document. Like, there's gonna be way more shit that I have to add. Like, we're talking at least 100 units for when we're all said and done for like all of the races, at least including all of the default units, right? We might actually be close to that by the default game, so maybe I'm thinking of at least 100 added units. But either way, it's going to be a lot, yeah. Oh, cool. Destroyed. Yeah. That's cool, though, that you guys found a strat. The remake of that map will definitely be wider, and Alexander says something about main and expo are too open. I assume he's talking about the second slot. I'm not sure. Or I don't know which spot he was talking about in there. But side effect, casualty of me making those maps when I made them at this point, like a year plus ago, is that I really didn't have a proper understanding of spacing, and like there's probably no choke points. Oh, okay. Yeah, Corey, it's gonna be fun. I look forward to getting you into some of these games more often. Yeah, campaign players are not used to having to actually play the game, that's for sure. That will have to change for Hydra. I look forward to people changing that behavior for Hydra. And we're still so far from having the AI that we want on top of it all, where the AI needs to actually be able to micro and all this other stuff, and they need to no longer have that resource multiplier, and so on and so forth. We'll see how it goes. Well, why not kiting micro for everything, not just vultures? Yeah, they just run headfirst into a spiky wall. Or ball first, I guess. Oh. Should probably separate new units from new buildings at this point since there's so many. I know. Now it'll only take 3 years, man. So 1 more year. All right, how much was the range for the Irolith? I'll just make it consistent. 224 px versus... So we've got utility of morph speed, we've got utility of resource regeneration. I'm not sure what the tier 5 should look like. Let's take a look at what the Irolith is for cost. Stats and cost. 350. Oh, should probably move that into cost instead of stats like a goober. Okay. Not quite. You imagine eggs just start moving around? I don't know what exactly to add. Right now, I'll just leave it as TBD because I really don't know what I'm going to throw on there yet. I want to consider that a bit more. Yeah, the eggs are just rolling like fucking donuts. I kind of like that idea. It would be somewhat useful to have the eggs be able to move around, actually. I don't know if I would... Again, I'm not quite sure how... whether or not that makes sense in this context, but... I'm going to record one today. I only didn't record one Thursday and Friday because I was working, and Saturday because of Fraud Night. Every other day I should be able to record at least one episode. Well, Tuesday I might not be able to. So Wednesday we actually... I should post this in the Fraud Nights. Yeah, why not? It's probably so that when creep is still spreading, they don't move there. I guess I wouldn't be opposed to changing that mechanic so that you just can't order them to move off creep. But I don't know that it would add that much. Is it just me or
the shields box appears to be out of alignment with the hit points and armor boxes. That's odd. Oh yeah, I should add one armor. Defilers still can't target larva with consume. Well, I don't know why you would. Larva only have like what 10 health or 25 health or whatever it is. I haven't disabled consume on eggs, but it is pretty broken right now, so I should probably do that. Since it gives you 100... eggs 100 health or 200 health? I think they're 200 health, so it gives you full energy. Or almost full energy. All right. I've pushed all those changes now to the dock. No, you can consume eggs. Maybe that's something I disabled in... Oh, this is the wrong GPTP project. I was trying to help UED commander earlier. So maybe there's like some... egg hardcode in GPTP that I commented out. Tech target check. So maybe it was disabled. Well, it still works. No, there's no unit ID for egg. There's larva. That's about it. Oh, I don't think we have Zerg Basilisk egg. So we can add Lurker egg. Oh, egg. Yeah, okay, there. It's just egg prefix. Why? Why does it fucking offset it? What is wrong with this? Oh, Control D does it? Okay. I didn't know that was a feature in this. I just pushed it up. Have I uploaded? I just pulled them now. I didn't even see that you pushed them. I only see Zerg larvae here, so I don't know. Oh, you want me to go in and enable something? What's it going to enable? Do I have to worry about any conflicts or crashes or anything? Max HP is enabled. Max energy is enabled. There's only one globals field, and it's a .h, so... Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, we made some pretty good progress on the planning here. I was kind of expecting to make more progress on the tile set. I did make a lot of progress on the jungle stuff, but it's still not 100% done. Still a couple of groups that I got to mask out, and still a few. Obviously, I've got to do the doodads after that. So the cliff doodads need to be done. They're definitely more pressing than those edge case doodads or edge case central tiles that I still have to do, but still got to do those. I'll try to get those done today, but I also have to do that hook that Icor sent me for Nidal transfusion, and obviously I got to do some other video recordings and stuff. T1 layout, I haven't worked on it since not yesterday, but the day before. Oh, okay. So you've done these two, and then you need to do all these. Looks like we might need 5 hooks from what I'm reading here. If those hooks would be useful anyway, I can just do them. I still have a couple other hooks I gotta do. By the end of this week, I'll definitely have the AI Rush hook and the 2 hooks for in the main menu RS file that I started working on. Do you want Idle Transfusion's hook to be in C++, or do you want it to be in Rust? Okay. So just throw it into hooks RS then? Oh, should it be in a different RS file? Why does it take 8 years to check for an update SMH? What is shitty proof? Okay. I keep forgetting to actually build this plugin so that I can ship the consume changes. I just use Visual Studio Code. It's not great, but that's because there's no dedicated IDE for Rust. Just gonna fast forward through a game real quick. Make sure that there's no crashes. Not that there should be, but... Oh, yeah, I forgot. That seems fine. Since the captaincy is not yet implemented, I took the liberty of removing it. So we can throw that here as well. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of economic or utilitarian benefit to the Elazalith. How far am I from implementing that expanded UI? Pretty far, I would imagine, but we got to get it added at some point for all the new units and structures and icons and buttons and upgrades and so on and so forth. So, not sure when we'll focus on it. All right. I'm going to go ahead and can the stream for now. I will be back with some videos later today and another stream tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. If you are a fraud and you want to play on Fraud Morning, please see the Fraud Nights channel. I asked asked a logistical question about whether or not we should do it Tuesday instead of Wednesday. I unfortunately probably will not be able to make a Wednesday morning thing work and still be able to do a mod stream because I've got another CSGO podcast to deal with. So, there you go. And that'll be it. So, bye.